Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of the Missing Link. And this was level designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we've reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There is this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense, and I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area, the positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell to, again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. And so that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
Someone hiding over there?
Access granted.
No! Not again. What more do they want from me, please? I've answered all their questions. Tell them I'm not sick. No! Not again. What more do they want from me, please? I've answered all their questions. Tell them I'm not sick.
你是谁？你和其他人不太一样。
Please, don't send me to the doctor! I guess it's your turn now, right? Your friends have already had their fun, so now you want a piece.
I've done nothing wrong.
Go ahead. Get it over with. As long as you don't send me back to those doctors. Please, tell me what's going on back there, in the examination area. They took Leanne back there 2 days ago, but she hasn't come back. I've heard the other prisoners talk. People disappear when they're called back there. What are they doing to us?
Jensen, I'm in your detention camp and uploading to the security mainframe now.
Copy that. Any problems?
Negative. I gotta say, though, this isn't exactly what I was picturing when you described it.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. Right now, you need to get inside the interrogation wing and find out what Burke is hiding. Contact me when you know. Keitner out.
Access granted. Access granted. Access denied.
Please put the weapon away. Please. Tell me what's going on back there, in the examination area. They took Leanne back there 2 days ago, but she hasn't come back.
Yeah.
我不能容忍的，这是对正义的招弄。我不是恐怖分子，我是自由战士。
Access denied.
Please, let me go!
Access granted.
I haven't done anything. Why have you locked me up?
No, not again. That white-haired son of a bitch said they'd had enough data from me. I'll claw his augmented eyes out of his face if he ever comes near me again.
You've got to know this is wrong. You can't just grab someone off the street and lock them up. How can you blindly go along with this? Why are you doing this? You're monsters!
我不能容忍的，这是对正义的嘲弄。我不是恐怖分子，我是自由战士。
Hey, you don't belong here. Jesus,
How could you hold
how'd you get
us
out of
here?
your cell? You bastards think a little time in lockup will get me to talk? I've been in worse holes.
You've got to know this is wrong. You can't just grab someone off the street and lock them up. How can you blindly go along with this? What you're doing is wrong. Let me out of here.
Activating security scanner. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
So the restricted area. Here we had to design the environment in a way that made it obvious that you were not supposed to be there. Something bad is happening here. We had a bit of trying to figure out what looks this could have to look ominous. And at some point, when the environment was mostly done, we looked at it in a conference room, in a review meeting, and we just all realized at the same time, oh my gosh, this looks like Star Wars. And it kept that way in the end, but we really felt that, wow, we're so gonna be sued.
But it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional, it just, we got there, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll stay quiet, I promise. Just don't hurt me anymore.
Calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you.
You're not one of them? One of the scientists? Please, you've got to get me out of here. You've got to do something before they come back. I don't want to disappear like all the others.
I want to help you, but you've got to stay calm. Now, what did you mean by disappear like the others? What's been going on back here?
I don't know. I've heard rumors and seen some things, and I know what they've done to me. Biopsies, blood samples, tissue cores, like I'm some sort of lab rat.
Is that why you're back here? Separated from the others?
This is where they study and examine us to see if we're compatible or something. I don't know what they want from us. Sometimes we're sent back to the cells. Those that aren't. Some of the others think they let them go, but I think they're being sent somewhere else. Another facility maybe. Somewhere else inside this one.
Why? What makes you think that?
Because of the way they talk when they're with us. It's like they're looking for some kind of perfect gene match or something. I'm not a doctor. I don't understand it. I just don't want them touching me anymore.
Hold on. You said they were coming back? Who? Burke? Is he behind this?
I'm not sure. He comes around, but not that often. I know he gives the orders around here, but he doesn't seem all that interested in us beyond some psych tests and questioning. He mostly leaves us to the doctors or scientists or whatever they are.
Tell me about these scientists. Is one of them a woman named Reed?
I don't know. I mean, there is a woman, but her name is Kavanaugh, not Reed. I heard the guard call her that. She seems different. Like, she doesn't like what they're doing to us. I can't help but think she's being forced to do these things. The others just treat us like animals. It's horrible. I just want to go home.
It's okay. What's your name?
Miss Sullivan. I don't know why they're holding me in here. They just grabbed me off the street. I heard Cape Town was dangerous, but I thought, with all the security around...
Cape Town? South Africa?
Isn't that where we are? I blacked out. They drugged me, I think. I was on vacation in Cape Town at the end of the summer. I was going to be starting senior year in the fall, and I wanted to have an adventure. My parents must be so worried.
I take it you're not a terrorist then?
No, I've never done anything wrong. Never demonstrated against anything or anything. But neither have most of the girls here. I'm not sure about the men, but please, can't you get me out of here?
I want to help you, but you've got to stay calm.
I don't know much. I've heard rumors and seen some...
Is that why you're back here? Separated?
This is where they...
Why?
Because of the way they talk when they're with us. It's like they're looking for some kind of perfect gene match or something. I'm not a doctor.
I know this is gonna seem cruel, but I can't help you right now.
You're going to leave me here? You can't! You have no idea what it's like. Please!
I can't have you tagging along just yet, or walking the halls alerting the guards. Trust me, when I can get you out, I will. But your best bet is to stay put.
I'll alert them anyway. Burke and the 2 doctors were just here heading for the morgue. I'll tell them you're here. I will. Let me out or I'll tell them, I swear.
And then what? Do you really think they'll let you go? I'm still the best chance you've got, but you have to be patient.
Please. Don't go.
So right now you're looking at Nina, our poor prisoner. It was very important from a story standpoint that we could put some weight on saving these prisoners. You're going to have a very important choice, and it's a moral dilemma. And we really wanted to kind of stress that moral dilemma. So that kind of reasoning led to the creation of this character, Nina. We wanted to have a chance to have a conversation with the prisoners and to basically understand them as individuals. And that's why we have this one character who came in. We wanted actually to offer the possibility that you could rescue her individually because she was someone you have a face-to-face conversation with. But unfortunately, we knew we wouldn't be able to pull it off because we didn't want to have you, we didn't have any kind of mechanics for saving someone, for having them become a follower, etc., etc. So unfortunately, we had to leave her in this cell and leave you with that moral choice. And because we knew that, we basically decided that we needed to use her presence here to really make that choice stronger. And when the choice comes up, you'll see her again in some of the cameras that are focusing on the prisoners.
Why are you doing this to me? I just want to go home. Please. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to go home. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to go home. I just want to go home.
Clinical trial log 11/27. Attending Dr. Tiffany Kavanagh, Dr. Gary Savage. Observing Commander Peterberg. Patient has been sedated and restrained.
Administering compound P-026, 1.75 cc's. Injection via the left suboccipital triangle, isolating the neocerebellum and pontine nuclei.
Well done, doctors. There's the spinal cranial replacement.
She's been stable for 48 hours. Placing the upper column and posterior skull is more complex than your own hindbrain augmentation, Commander Burke, but it's well within our abilities. That's not our sticking point.
I'm quite aware of what your sticking point is, Doctor. Getting results that I can use.
Gary? Gary, she's waking up. Look at the alpha waves. They're attenuating. Blood pressure and heart rate are rising. O2 saturation is really low.
Savage, get this under control.
Tiff, increase sedation and disconnect the OCM interface. Get a dose of propofol ready, see if she stabilizes.
It's not working, Gary. Damn it. There's a rupture in the circle of Willis. Anterior cerebral artery. Shit. I've got to get in there.
It's already too late, Tiffany. You know that.
Is it still alive?
No, we've lost her. I don't understand. She burned out so quickly. Arterial degeneration was clearly more advanced than anticipated, but still, the new compound should have worked.
Dispose of the body. I'll have the next viable candidate prepared and sent down to you, Dr. Kavanagh.
Bastard.
just want to go home.
Access granted.
So we mentioned before that we had a very, very limited cutscene budget for the missing link. We only had 3 minutes that we could use for cutscenes. And this cutscene that you're watching right now was one that we knew right from the get-go. We absolutely had to have it as a cutscene because of several things that were happening. First of all, we're showing you Gary Savage, who's a Deus Ex character, so we can't let you kill him. We also don't want you to kill the villain, Burke, so we had to make sure that he was a part of this scene and that the player could not interrupt with it in any way, shape, or form. We also needed to show you at the end that you had to see a hidden panel and a secret wall that is going to be key for your next objective. But I think another main reason that we did it was simply because our dialogue system in the game was not made to support more than 2 players, or two characters at any one time, Jensen and another. So in this instance, we actually absolutely had to make this as a cutscene because of all the reasons, from a technical aspect, from the story point that we were trying to give across, from the fact that we know that that players like to kill people and we couldn't allow you to do that. So all of that kind of came into making this the most important cutscene for us.
Keitner, I found out what Burke's been concealing. The interrogation wing is some kind of medical testing facility. He's using the prisoners as lab rats.
For what?
Not sure. I'll need Burke's retinal scan data to find out.
I can't download that without setting off a million alarms. However, you still have that retinal prosthesis you stole from his office?
If you're suggesting I use it to fool a retinal scanner, it won't work. The eye synthetic tissue spike needs to be connected to a real optic nerve. Otherwise, it just reads as metal.
I know. That's why you need to take it to Quinn. I'll tell him to expect you. Keitner out.
So now we've just had the cutscene, and we've seen that you now have a new objective where you have to go back and get Burke's eye.
Backtracking.
It's something we really, really wanted to avoid, but we did want to kind of have this cool element where you couldn't get in, and we had a reason for it. We couldn't let you follow them immediately.
Yeah, we needed to make it so that Burke flees the scene of the crime, so to speak. So when you go down, you don't actually get to meet Bob Page because he's gone, and you won't meet Gary Savage because
It was Gary. You can't meet Gary because he's left.
Exactly.
And we had to get Burke out of there, and we had to give them time.
Yes.
So that forced us to send you back to the base to retrieve the only key that will let you in. But we did want to make it initially a lot shorter of a backtrack.
Yeah.
We actually wanted to find a way that we could connect the morgue almost more quickly to Quinn.
Vents aren't that long, you guys. I'm really sorry.
So we couldn't do that. So instead what we had to do is we had to then take the time to make it that when you get into the base, we had to create new enemy setups surrounding the objectives.
So basically we did very small tweaks to the patrols depending on how you had acted in the prior area. So just a little bit of variation to the whole formula.
But we do apologize for the backtracking.
Yeah, backtracking
it kind of sucks.
It's stinky.
Access denied.
changed your mind. You'll let me out now? Please, they'll be back and I'll disappear like all the other women.
I'm sorry.
So now we're joined once again with a voice you've heard several times in this director's cut, Steve Shepkowski, our audio guy. And
yeah, so we're here to talk about the new device that we introduced in the DLC, which was basically the audio logs, which I was really happy about. I thought it's a great way to add backstory at a very low cost, because it's just an object that we put in a room, and then you just plug in all the story stuff that you want the player to get. So for me, it's always a great, cheap way to introduce lots of backstory, and it was fun doing it because you get to put it together and you make your little ambiances and make it sound like you really try and sell it like it's a story. We had an operation scene in this, which was really fun to do, and I'm a big fan of audio logs. I think they're a lot of fun to do, and for sure on a production level, you get a lot of payout for the cost of putting one little object in the game. So yeah, it was great. I was happy we did it.
Post-interview log. Patient has been returned to detention area after sedation. Medical history gathered indicates that she's a prime candidate for inclusion. Similarly, all biological indicators fall within required parameters. Recommend preparation for stage 1 therapy prior to...
Gary, have you seen this? Have you seen what's on this smart disk? He's gone mad.
Tiffany, slow down. What are you talking about? Where'd you get that?
I found it in the last shipment of materials we received. One of the boxes had been tampered with, blatantly. Someone was sending this to me, to us, to warn us about Commander Burke.
That sounds a little far-fetched, don't you think? I know the two of you have butted heads, but Bob's assured me that the commander is with us on this.
Really? So Mr. Page is okay with us using unwilling human test subjects, is he? What's his opinion on Bell Tower using the OCM to further their military aspirations? Ask him about this Hydra project.
Tiffany, calm down. I know all about the Hydra project. It's nothing nefarious. It's simply a means of allowing soldiers to communicate more efficiently when in the field. You've seen Burke's augmentation. It has nothing to do with the OCM.
So you think his obsession with this technology is because he's an environmentalist? Gary, I know this bothers you too. Those poor women. We can't keep doing this. We can't just rush blindly ahead and let men like Burke pull our strings. Science has made that mistake before.
I know. All right. Let's go down below and contact Bob. We'll see what he has to say about this. I know he's intrigued by the nanotech possibilities. Certainly, he's disappointed with the results we've had. Post-interview log. Patient has been returned.
So the restricted area. Here we had to design the environment in a way that made it obvious that you were not supposed to be there. Something bad is happening here. We had a bit of trying to figure out what looks this could have to look ominous. And at some point, when the environment was mostly done, we looked at it in a conference room in a review meeting, and we just all realized at the same time, oh my gosh, this looks like Star Wars. And it kept that way in the end, but we really felt that, wow, we're so gonna be sued.
But it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional, it just, we got there, yeah.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
If you look across the gap in the middle of the hole, you'll see a praxis point over there on top of the rooftop of the giant cube in the middle of the room. I actually had a lot of fun with this because there isn't really many places in the game, in HR really, where we actually abused running and jumping as sort of a way to get to a new location, because it's usually kind of messy. But here you need to actually have the jump augment, and you need to make a sprinting jump, and you'll be able to get onto the cube and get the praxis point. But just a neat
How do you
tidbit.
get back?
You just go inside it, you break the window on top, and you drop in safely, safe and sound. All situations are accounted for.
Really?
Yes.
Always.
Always.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of The Missing Link. And this was designed by Steven Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we've reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There is this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense, and I guess that's the only thing.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of The Missing Link. And this was level designed by Steven Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we've reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be a kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There is this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense. And I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area. The positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell to, again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod, that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. So that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
signage. In every game, you always have like those arrows with directions. Say, you have the command room there so that the player can orient himself. In the Deus Ex world and with our art direction, we already have tons of numbers and decals all over the place in the walls. Like you see on the doors, there's 4 there. The problem we had is when we have actually important signage for you guys, just you need to get this way to get to your next objective. Well, it's hard for us to make it meaningful, to make it stand out from the other signage. So we're ending up using those glowy signs, hoping that during playtest they work that way. People tend to look at them a bit more. And it's really, I guess it would never be done that way in a base, really, but there's so much noise with this signage all over the place that it's the only way we have of talking to you.
But it ended up working really well in the playtest. People could find a way before. Yeah. And before we put it in, they just were totally lost in the base.
I'm still lost in the base.
You're always lost.
Yeah.
Access granted. Access granted.
signage. In every game, you always have like those arrows with directions. Say, you have the command room there so that the player can orient himself. In the Deus 6 world and with our art direction, we already have tons of numbers and decals all over the place in the walls. Like you see on the doors, there's 4 there. The problem we had is when we have actually important signage for you guys, just you need to get this way to get to your next objective. Well, it's hard for us to make it meaningful, to make it stand out from the other signage. So we are ending up using those glowy signs, hoping that during playtest they work that way. People tend to look at them a bit more. And it's really, I guess it would never be done that way in a base, really, but there's so much noise with this signage all over the place that it's the only way we have of talking to you.
But it ended up working really well in the playtest. People could find a way before. Yeah. And before we put it in, they just were totally lost in the base.
I'm still lost in the base.
You're always lost.
Yeah.
Here, if you look at the environment, you're seeing it's a good example of our new way of modeling environment after HR. After HR, all the artists were kind of sick of doing it the old ways. It was kind of an annoying way to work. So we have this environment which has a lot more polygons in it instead of textures. And if you look at the floor, you see that everything is kind of modeled a bit. Instead of mapping individual mechanical lines, we're giving a lot more volumes to the environment. We can actually push off a lot of polygons in this engine, and we didn't use that enough in the original game. We really used polygons to the max in that game. It enabled us to work much faster. And create more interesting environment. The volume is there. It's just more interesting. And mainly if you think it's ugly, I don't really care. No, I do care, but it's an interesting way of working.
It's not ugly.
And it's not really ugly.
I think it's beautiful.
Thanks. I have my own complex, and yeah.
So, what's the story? Just got off the horn with the commander. She says you got something for me to take a look at.
Prosthetic eye, one of Burke's. We needed to get past a retinal scan, but it's useless like this.
Aye. Without an active neural connection, it might as well be an expensive paperweight. May as well put a gobstopper in front of the scanner for all the good that thing will do you.
Solutions, Quinn. Think you can handle this?
Lad, I may be just a mechanic, but I'm also the only thing keeping this whole bleeding facility from sinking into the abyss. Think I can manage a simple optic frequency bypass. Just let me get me tools. Right. So that's it now. You got the eye. Sorry it took a little longer than expected. Nearly break the damn thing once or twice. New TYM firmware and such. Now don't go fucking around with it. It's only got a limited lifespan due to the temp power source they rigged. It's only good for one use. Got it?
Why only one use?
Without being hooked up to a proper battery, like your brain, the voltage spike from a single scan will trip the surge protectors, shutting it down to prevent further transmissions. It's a redundant safety mechanism built into the optic nerve to prevent frying your noggin in a dorsal ventral feedback loop. Short of putting the thing in your own head, which I ain't exactly equipped to do, there's no way around it. Besides, I think the commander preferred it this way.
Is it supposed to be moving?
Aye. Bloody creepy, that is. Try not to pay it any mind now. Thing's stuck in calibration mode. Trick is, I got it thinking it's plugged into a new host. And by rerunning the system diagnostic checks, it'll keep trying to connect without detecting anything amiss, which in turn keeps it alive in a manner of speaking. Fucking brilliant piece of engineering work, if I don't say so myself.
This is pretty impressive work for a mechanic, Quinn.
What's that supposed to mean? There's more to old Quinn than meets the eye. No pun intended. You wouldn't be the first fool to underestimate my know-how.
Well, there's more to this job than just a simple battery swap. I saw you modifying the BIOS. This is state-of-the-art hardware and software. You're not just a mechanic. You're a hacker.
What are you going on about now? Ain't nothing you couldn't pull off with a degree in computer engineering and a little elbow grease. Come off it now. We ain't got time for this.
Well, hopefully this thing works.
It'll work just dandy so long as you don't do something stupid like drop it. And it ain't a bloody webcam. So don't try using it to spy the knickers up someone's skirt. Got those parts for me?
Yeah, take a look.
Aye. Let me see what you got there. Fucking deadly. That's all of them. Give me a sec with me tools, I'll get them sorted out right and proper. Right then. That'll do you. Anything else I could be helping you with then? What are you buying? Satisfaction guaranteed. Unless, of course, you fuck it up yourself. Well, if it ain't my favorite and currently only customer. What are you buying? Satisfaction guaranteed. Unless, of course, you fuck it up yourself.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted. Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
You changed your mind. You'll let me out now? Please, they'll be back and I'll disappear like all the other women.
Hold on. You said they were coming back? Who? Burke? Is he behind this?
I'm not sure. He comes around, but not that often. I know he gives the orders around here, but he doesn't seem all that interested in us beyond some psych tests and questioning. He mostly leaves us to the doctors or scientists or whatever they are.
Tell me about these scientists. Is one of them a woman named Reed?
I don't know. I mean,
It's a...
Miss Sullivan. I don't know why they're holding me in here. They just grabbed me off the street. I heard Cape Town was dangerous, but I thought with all the security around.
Cape Town? South Africa?
Isn't that where we are? And I blacked out. They drugged me. I was on vacation in Cape Town at the end of the summer. I was going to be studying senior year in the fall, and I wanted to have an adventure. My parents must be so worried.
I take it you're not a terrorist then?
No, I've never done anything wrong. Never demonstrated against anything or anything. But neither have most of the girls here. I'm not sure about the men, but please, can't you get me out of here?
I'm sorry.
Access granted.
This is an elevator, of course, it's going down, and it's one of the few times where we could actually make this very directed flow of whatever happens outside of the elevator. So when you go down, you see all of this animated stuff going on. There's that base, there's that submarine going on. It's all planned to be awesome looking at that point. We had a similar thing planned in the first game when you were supposed to go from upper Angsha to lower Angsha, but it turned out that we had to cut upper Angsha, so that...
Jensen, it's Keitner. Where are you?
In a well-concealed elevator inside the prison's restricted wing. Your gun-running neural engineer deserves a raise.
I take it the eye worked then. Good. Now listen, if what you say is true, if Burke really is using the prisoners here as lab rats, I need proof. Hard evidence that I can take to Interpol.
An entire prison full of kidnapped civilians isn't enough?
You're an ex-cop, Jensen, you tell me. How many death row inmates crying on about their innocence have you seen getting out?
Point taken. I'll see what I can find.
On the other side of that window, you see this robot arm trying to do something with those cells that needs to be cooled down or something like that. We don't quite know what it is exactly, but it's something technical and cool.
Something to do with the secret lab.
Probably something to do with this entire installation. Now, this robot arms actually took a long time to do, but it was made by Philippe Desrosiers, the lead modeler, on his own time, actually, not on work time. It's something that he wanted to do. He spent probably the equivalent of 20 entire days on that thing.
Wow.
It's actually a robot that, it's not animated, it's actually a robot that plan what it's doing with our internal interactive system. It's like a robot done with the most complicated way possible, but it's cool, like it does stuff and you could look at it try to do thing with those batteries.
Try and figure out what it's doing.
Yes, and it's doing not something really interesting in the end, but it's a really, really cool robot arms, and it's cool that we could manage to do these animated stuff the way they are.
So here we are inside a very, very important story room. This entire room was basically created to help convey the real story we wanted. We had so much we wanted to express here that this is a top secret research base tied with VersaLife. If you look very carefully, you might find some clues about that here. And it was really to just kind of show off a lot of what we were unable to show off in HR in the Omega Ranch facility. So we wanted to really get across a lot of that idea of the experimentation that's going on here, on human experimentation. We wanted to put in all the ties to the Chiron project. In the corner you can see parts of the boss that you're actually going to fight later. And one of the really, really cool things is what we call those surface tables, these holographic tables. And every single one of them, if you have the right device that will activate them, they kind of even in themselves tell even more story. I think one is talking about a secret moon base that's going on. One of them is showing the locations of all the Chiron projects that exist in our universe and all the Panchaea projects, because there's more than one. But all of that secret stuff that's hidden throughout this, all just to basically tell this depth of story if you just spend the time looking at it.
Artistically, this is by far the most expensive room we've made because of all of these details. We probably have There's an artist who worked exclusively on this room and the elevator ride just before for the entirety of the project, which means around 13 weeks to do all of this.
Anymore. Please. Please don't leave me like this. No hope. Nothing to do but kill me. Beg you. Nothing to do but kill me. Beg you. Can't take anymore. Want to die. Be free.
Can't take
So the one issue for me in this lab was where we had to put our Kavanaugh, the Dr. Kavanaugh, Tiffany Kavanaugh, who's a very important character for the story. And when we were originally looking at it, I really kind of wanted her off separated in her own room, because we needed to kind of have it make sense from a story perspective how you can come into this room and do whatever the heck you want and she doesn't pay any attention. So it was a bit of a challenge because we had such a small space that we could work with.
Yeah. One of the things that ended up happening was we ended up having art constraints a little bit, just on size. We couldn't make 2 huge story rooms. We could only really have one.
There were also those glasses. We were supposed to enclose it in glass, but it transparency costs a lot to the current generation graphic cards, and we couldn't. There was so much stuff going on in that room that we had to get rid of that glass. And
yeah, and another problem was the generation of chaos from the player. We couldn't have him shooting a machine gun all over the place, and then you could maybe possibly kill Kavanaugh, which was also a really big no-no. So we ended up taking away the force holster on the weapon, so that's a little bit annoying.
And then we tried to sell the fact that she doesn't see you by having her positioned her back to you and have her absorbed in her work. I always kind of wanted her to have headphones on, like she's trying to listen to music or something. But we hopefully sold it a bit in terms of the custom animation that we created for her, so that when you actually go, she kind of jumps like she's really scared and was absorbed in her work.
Yeah,
so
I think it worked out.
And it's interesting how much focus you have to put on something like that just to try and sell it when you know the player can do anything they want.
Quite the house of horrors you got here, Doc. You letting anyone in, or just women?
Who are you? How'd you get down here? This is a restricted area.
Obviously. You wouldn't want the rank and file knowing what kind of sick experimentation is going on down here.
No, you don't understand. I'm not.
Where's Burke? And your research partner, Savage?
Burke went back up to the base. And Gary left. Told me to be smart, keep my mouth shut, and do whatever Burke tells me to do. For now.
For now? I heard the 3 of you talking up there in the morgue. Sounded like you don't exactly fit in here, Dr.
Kavanaugh. And who the fuck are you?
The name's Jensen. I came here looking for someone. Megan Reed.
Reed? I've seen her research. Gary thinks it could be the key we're missing. If she can be convinced to come here.
Megan Reed was kidnapped, Kavanaugh. Violently. As was her entire scientific team and the dozens of women you've been torturing down here.
No! You don't understand. I'm trying to save them. Gary and we were sent here to put the OCM project back on track. It wasn't until we got here that we realized what that meant, and by then it was too late.
OCM. Savage used that term in the morgue. What does it mean?
Organic computational matrix. It's a means of cross-connecting living brain tissue and artificial intelligence systems to create a supercomputer of unparalleled capability. Part flesh, part silicon.
That's what you're doing down here, turning prisoners into computer parts.
Human brain activity has to be integrated with the technology, or else it won't work. Even DARPA knew that.
What does DARPA have to do with this?
Nothing. Not directly. In 2007, they started looking for research partners to help develop an artificial cognitive science program that could increase a soldier's situational awareness in the field. A number of private sector companies submitted proposals.
Bell Tower being one of them.
No. Bell Tower was a private military corporation. DARPA wanted researchers. But one of the companies who did submit something was a biotech corporation that deals with Bell Tower. And they believed a successful program could be designed if it could be wired directly into the soldiers' brains. DARPA wasn't willing to go that far.
So this biotech company took the idea to Bell Tower.
A corporation that, being privately funded, doesn't have to consider.
Just how many prisoners are being wired into this thing?
I don't know. But a lot of them don't seem to survive for more than a year. I've told the others there's no way this project can stay viable with these kinds of numbers. But the OCM computers have to have them to work.
Computers? You mean there's more than one of them?
There's several. This is just where the process starts. The factory floor. We select the candidates here, implant them, and ship them to the other locations. It's all very efficient.
Yeah, except your candidates keep dying. You seem to think Megan's research is integral to salvaging this project of yours. Why?
It's not my project. Had I known before I came here...
Right, just answer the question.
We're experiencing cross-systemic failures with the tech. Over time, subjects implanted with OCM augmentations suffer complete neurological breakdown. They pretty much burn up from the inside. Gary thinks it's a problem with the acceptance of the P-dot array.
I've heard that phrase before.
It's the building block of modern neuro-augmentations. Dr. Reed's been reshaping it, changing the way it bonds with living tissue. The mutagenic gene combination she's introduced into it, well, frankly, it's astonishing.
Enough to warrant her kidnapping? So she'd be forced to work on this project with you?
She's not on this project. I don't know what she's doing or where she is. This is the first time anyone's ever mentioned kidnapping.
You're really gonna stand there and try to justify your role in this, aren't you? People are being enslaved, Kavanaugh. Enslaved and crucified.
It wasn't like that at first. I thought we were going to make a difference, do something incredible for the world.
Right. And look how incredible it turned out to be. But you can still make a difference, Doctor. You can help me blow the lid off this place.
Are you insane? I can't. There's too much money invested in this. Burke, the people I work for, they'll kill me. They'll hunt me down and kill me.
I know people who can protect you, hide you. Interpol is just waiting for evidence to tear Bell Tower apart.
It's not just Bell Tower. Oh, God. Oh, God, am I really going to do this? You can't get me out through the prison. Burke would stop us.
Then we'll have to do what Savage did. Take a submersible.
We can't. The hatches to all the docking hangars are locked tight. The only way to unlock them is by using the security console in the prison command tower. Burke keeps an eye on us that way.
Then I'll have to go back up there and unlock it. Well, you gather as much evidence as you can carry.
Oh my God, I'm really gonna do this.
Damn right you are. Now get moving. I'll contact you when I unlock the hatch.
All right, fine. But Mr. Jensen, please, hurry. I'm working as fast as I can, Mr. Jensen. There's just so much data. The OCM project is quite complex, and I don't want to trigger any security alerts that might warn Burke of what we're doing.
I understand. But I'd like to know more about the project. What's OCM stand for?
Organic Computational Matrix. It's a means of cross-connecting living brain tissue and artificial intelligence systems to create a supercomputer of unparalleled capability. Part flesh, part silicon.
That's what you're doing down here, turning prisoners into computer parts.
Human brain activity has to be integrated with the technology, or else it won't work. Even DARPA knew that.
Got it. That's all I wanted to know. I'll be in touch soon.
Oh, Gary. What have we gotten ourselves into?
Contact Interpol. We need rendezvous coordinates for a deep-sea submersible.
A what? What exactly have you found, Jensen?
A research complex hidden beneath this base. One of its staff is willing to turn whistleblower if we can deliver her to Interpol using one of the lab's transport subs.
Which explains why you need the coordinates. I'll see what I can do. Keitner out.
Keitner, what the hell's going on? The elevator stopped.
Burke must have intercepted our comms. Get the hell out of there, Jensen. I'll meet you.
So now you've just survived the lockdown by climbing the ladder outside of the elevator, and what we just want to let you know is that this elevator was actually really complicated for us to do given our tools. One thing to keep in mind is that elevators throughout Deus Ex, the programming behind it was that they could go from one floor to another and they really could not do anything else. So we had to cheat a lot in that the elevator you take down and the elevator you take up are both different.
Even though you think you're getting in the same one.
Exactly. You
it's
think
two
you're getting in
different
the same
ones.
one, but behind the scenes you're really not. And the way we did this was by unloading and loading the elevator depending on where you were in the story with Kavanaugh down below. Afterwards, the other problem that came up was the elevator stopping abruptly. Automatically, the way it was done in our programming is that elevators come to a smooth, slow stop to the floor that they need to go on, and that wouldn't make any sense in a lockdown. So special thanks to our technical level designer, Sylvain Douce, at the time. He took care of that, and he managed to fake a camera shake and fake the abrupt stopping, and the lights turn on, and everything just kind of felt right with the lockdown. After this, you have to climb up this whole segment in the elevator, and it was a little bit of platforming, and the complications that arise with that is usually first person, and platforming isn't always the smoothest of transitions. So I had to get a lot of help from the lighting artists to light the scene so that you see every little platform to go up, and I tried to make it kind of simple, even though it really should be a lot more complex, but in the end you should get out fine.
Elevator's locked down, Sarge. The target must still be down there.
Good. Fire team Tango and intercept. Lift is secure. Repeat. Lift is secure. Holding position. Suggest you continue protocol clean slate. Out. Terminate anyone that opens that door.
Sarge, what if it's someone from the science team?
Expendable. Likely compromised. Do not take this man lightly, soldier. He has infiltrated a high-security bell tower base. Do not let the low casualty count. It only means he's more resourceful and more dangerous.
Or is that helping me inside?
Enough yapping. If he comes up here, we'll get our shot at him. Then we'll see about any help he may have had.
So now we've just had the cutscene, and we've seen that you now have a new objective where you have to go back and get Burke's eye.
Backtracking.
It's something we really, really wanted to avoid, but we did want to kind of have this cool element where you couldn't get in, and we had a reason for it. We couldn't let you follow them immediately.
Yeah, we needed to make it so that Burke flees the scene of the crime, so to speak. So when you go down, you don't actually get to meet Bob Page because he's gone, and you won't meet Gary Savage because
it was Gary. You can't meet Gary because he's left.
Exactly.
And we had to get Burke out of there, and we had to give them time.
Yes.
So that forced us to send you back to the base to retrieve the only key that will let you in. But we did want to make it initially a lot shorter of a backtrack.
Yeah.
We actually wanted to find a way that we could connect the morgue almost more quickly to Quinn.
Vents aren't that long, you guys. I'm really sorry.
So we couldn't do that. So instead what we had to do is we had to then take the time to make it that when you get into the base, we had to create new enemy setups surrounding the objectives.
So basically we did very small tweaks to the patrols depending on how you had acted in the prior area. So just a little bit of variation to the whole formula.
But we do apologize for the backtracking.
Yeah, backtracking
it kind of sucks.
It's stinky.
Personnel prepare for code yellow. Repeat, code yellow.
1.75 cc's. Injection via the left suboccipital triangle, isolating the neocerebellum and pontine nuclei.
Well done, doctors. Appears that the spinal cranial replacement was successful.
She's been stable for 48 hours. Placing the upper column and posterior skull is more complex than your own hindbrain augmentation, Commander Burke. But it's well within our abilities. That's not our sticking point.
Quite aware of what your sticking point is, Doctor. Getting results that I can use.
Gary, she's waking up. Look at the alpha waves. They're attenuating. Blood pressure and heart rate are rising. O2 saturation is really low.
Savage, get this under control.
Tiff, increase sedation and disconnect the OCM interface. Get a dose of propofol ready, see if she stabilizes.
It's not working, Gary. Damn it. There's a rupture in the circle of Willis. Anterior cerebral artery. Shit. I've got to get in there.
It's already too late, Tiffany. You know that.
Is it still alive?
No, what? I don't understand. She burned out so quickly. Arterial degeneration was clearly more advanced than anticipated, but still. New compound shown.
Dispose of the body. I'll have the next viable candidate prepared and sent down to you, Dr. Kavanaugh.
So right now you're looking at Nina, our poor prisoner. It was very important from a story standpoint that we could put some weight on saving these prisoners. You're going to have a very important choice, and it's a moral dilemma. And we really wanted to kind of stress that moral dilemma. So that kind of reasoning led to the creation of this character, Nina. We wanted to have a chance to have a conversation with the prisoners and to basically understand them as individuals. And that's why we have this one character who came in. We wanted actually to offer the possibility that you could rescue her individually because she was someone you have a face-to-face conversation with. But unfortunately, we knew we wouldn't be able to pull it off because we didn't want to have you, we didn't have any kind of mechanics for saving someone, for having them become a follower, etc., etc. So unfortunately, we had to leave her in this cell and leave you with that moral choice. And because we knew that, we basically decided that we needed to use her presence here to really make that choice stronger. And when the choice comes up, you'll see her again in some of the cameras that are focusing on the prisoners.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
Keitner!
We really broke open a hornet's nest, didn't we, Jensen?
It's bad. You need a medic.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Got those coordinates, Jensen. But Burke figured it out. Seized control of the station and locked down the detention camp. Bastard's cleaning house.
I've got to get Kavanaugh out.
Can't. Not until you stop the gas.
What gas?
Burke's enacted a scorched earth protocol to stop the truth from getting out. Poison gas in every cell. Lab tube. Unless you stop it.
Stay with me, Keitner.
There's a circuit board underneath the prison command tower. Directs the flow. Everything's connected, but might be able to redirect. The whistleblower has to live, Jensen. Only sure way we stop this.
Keitner. Keitner!
Attention, silo is secure. Lockdown is complete and Kuttner has been taken care of. Out.
Get him! Move on position!
Tough choice ahead of you, Bratan. The prisoners. Or whistleblower. You can't save both.
What? The hacker from the ship. You've been listening this whole time?
Like Zetka said, everything's connected. Right now, gas is set to disperse evenly between the prison and the lab. All you can do in here is redirect flow out of one area into the other. Do nothing. Everybody dies. Do something.
Somebody dies faster.
Precisely. But if you want to bring down Bell Tower, the choice is clear.
The choice, the infamous choice. Not only was it a very difficult thing to figure out story-wise how we could do this choice, but the actual mechanics behind the room, where it was, this was a very complex. Painful. Many meetings on this one.
Yes. One of the first things you'll notice is that this choice is made in this little secluded room below the control tower, and you're kind of wondering, why isn't this in the control tower? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason is because during this cutscene, what actually happens outside in the world is that time is frozen, essentially. So all the NPCs will be, if they were firing at you, bullets will have stopped in midair. Everything will just freeze. So I could not put this situation where you have to make a choice in the main cube. So I ended up suggesting that we add this little chamber below with a ladder. That way NPCs can't actually go down there. So if there was a firefight and you quickly ran in, it would kind of make sense that you aren't being shot at.
So that solved one problem, but it opened up all the other problems because we really wanted to make this choice have impact and meaning, and we wanted you to be able to see the prisoners who are getting gassed.
So then we added these two monitors which have the gas, and on one monitor it's kind of hard to see, but it is Nina, the girl who you met earlier in the restricted area. So that's supposed to put a little bit of weight on the prisoners, and the other monitor shows Kavanaugh, who's also choking down in the underwater base. So we were supposed to have this dilemma here. And even putting these two cameras was a big hassle because we didn't have a way to display the imagery of a camera in real time in the world, so that was another nightmare.
It's kind of all faked at that point.
Yeah, an interesting cheat that we use often in games there is we actually duplicated those environments close to that cube where you are right now, and the cameras are actually pretty close. Like Kavanaugh is actually like just
a few meters
on
off.
the next room, a few meters off, and we just duplicated all of that so that the camera could look at them without loading an extra environment, which is not there at all. Currently.
Or regardless of that little trickery as well, there was the whole point of how to make the selection, how to make that choice, and I was kind of, I didn't want the button thing to go on, and then it's like this big console with two red buttons, and you have to press one, which is it's enough with the button. So Steven came back with the idea that it's part of the conversation itself. So you wrote it back a little bit. We worked a lot on this, and that actually opened up the idea that within that conversation you don't really need to answer yes or no to kill someone, and you can just like quit the conversation because there's a time limit. That opened up the idea and the possibility of the other major secret choice, which is to save everyone if you find that secret
Or the
room.
choice to just sit back and let the timer go out and let everybody
Let
die.
everybody dies, which Mary was very fond of, if I recall.
Yeah.
And the time limit, on top of that, displaying the time limit is another nightmare because we didn't actually have this functionality. So what it's actually displaying is debug.
Yeah, that's true. It's the
style
debug.
text.
It's basically the code just running down.
Yeah, pretty much. So
all that to make a very crucial moral choice.
But go make the third choice. It's the best one. In the secret room, I hate.
They'll kill everyone?
Save.
What?
Save everyone.
Oh,
of
sorry.
course.
Detention silo is secure. Lockdown is complete and Keitner has been taken care of.
Come on back!
Secure. Lockdown is complete and Keitner has been taken.
Come on back! I know you're still here!
Tough choice ahead of you, Ratan. The prisoners. Or whistleblower. You can't save both.
What? The hacker from the ship. You've been listening this whole time?
Like Zetka said, everything's connected. Right now, gas is set to disperse evenly between the prison and the lab. All you can do in here is redirect flow out of one area into the other. Do nothing. Everybody dies. Do something.
Somebody dies faster.
Precisely. But if you want to bring down Bell Tower, the choice is clear. Not bought yet. The toxicity level is dropping. You find a way to save everyone, Bratan. You'll still need to unlock the submersibles while Whistleblower can go free. Use the touchscreen in the command tower. It'll also let you back inside the base.
And why would I want to go there?
Use your head, Tuvok. The last thing standing between you and Megan Reed is Burke.
Look up. Something that gamers don't usually do when they enter an area is look directly upwards, and what I actually tried to do with this little vent passageway with a goodie down low is to hide what I put above. I really, for the DLC, I really wanted to put a secret in a secret, is how I call it, and it's kind of the thing where you finally move the box, you find the vent, you're like, I found it, you go in, you get loot. Normally, in your gamer sense, you would just leave, you would backtrack out. I succeeded, next objective. But in this case, I wanted to hide another secret on top of this, and this came from the entire thought process of being able to choose who to save.
But this is a very, very important room,
Yes.
because this gives you access to a very hidden third option that you can save everybody
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
game.
my fault. I'm sorry. It's just Deus Ex is all about choices and consequence, and we from very early on it was the idea of you can save someone specific, very important to the story, or you could save the prisoners because it's mass murder at that point. You'll figure it out later when you play it. But as a Deus Ex thing, I really wanted to, on a game design perspective, on a gameplay perspective, it was important that we offer like a very, very unique choice for the player that really wants to work to succeed into something special. And that was to save everyone. Find a way. There's always a way to save everyone. So Steven sort of looked at me weird. I was like, really?
But I love that stuff. I
We all
really
love
do.
that stuff.
And I thought that I didn't want to just give it away, something as important as that. I wanted it to be really something for the true searchers and explorers.
Yes.
So If you look up, go there when
So you
when
made
the
it
time
super,
comes.
super hard to save everyone.
Exactly.
Kavanaugh, I've unlocked the hatch and I'm transmitting the coordinates to a rendezvous site.
Thank God. I thought when the code yellow started.
It's over. Just make sure Interpol gets that evidence. I'm going after Burke. Jensen out.
Be careful! You're gonna hurt someone! The gas! It was coming in the cell, and it just stopped! What are they trying to do to us?
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of the Missing Link. And this was designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to...
We've been searching for. She's not here. And the only thing standing between you and the ship that could take you to her is me. I underestimated you back on the ship. I won't be doing it again.
Lad, you there?
Quinn? Where are you?
Getting me arse out of Dodge. Burke's had enough, and he's gunning for you. And I don't intend on being caught in the bloody crossfire. But listen, that trick you pulled with the gas, fucking brilliant work that was. Head to me shop. I left you a thing or two so you can give them hell. I'd like to say we'd meet again over a pint sometime, but, well, Godspeed, mate.
Hostile on the ground! Rush him! Stop running! Stop! I see you!
was idealistic like you once, but I realized idealism is a crutch for those who dare not change the future.
Someone hiding over there?
How did Keitner recruit you, Jensen? She used Reed as a carrot? The world needs this technology. The cost may seem steep, but the cost of not developing it is infinitely steep.
Access granted.
I know you've judged me, Jensen, my project, and yet you're simply a product of the same kind of research. Stowing away one enemy ship headed God knows where took balls. It was brash. Reckless. It's only a matter of time before my men find you, Jensen. There's really nowhere for you to go. People only see results. In time, the gains we've made will obscure our methods. You only need to look as far as your precious Dr. Reed to realize that. Caused me so much trouble. I would have never given in to my curiosities on you. soldier. But they never are they?
Identify yourself.
What kind of mess is this?
Target. Make the call.
I'm coming to get you!
Searching next grid. Clear. That's enough. We lost him. He shows again, we make sure. Stay alert. He shows himself again. I want him. I'll try over there. Understood. Anyone got him? All clear. Back to your patrols and keep your eyes open. Stay alert. He shows himself again. I want him. Ordnance detonated.
If it makes you feel any better about Katniss'
Hearing
death,
source of disturbance.
I doubt you had any intention of sending you on to the good doctor.
Take him out! Reloading! Pin him! Open wide!
I haven't heard anything from my men, Jensen. Where are you? You hunkered down in a closet somewhere?
Access denied.
You think we've gone too far with our little project. But ask yourself, how much further you go to save Green? One woman before you judge me. Makes you feel any better about Katna's death, I doubt you had any intention of sending you on to the good doctor.
Access denied.
HQ thought Katna would be a good little soldier, but they never are Stowing away aboard an enemy ship headed God knows where to balls. It was brash, reckless.
Access granted.
Lieutenant Commander's mutiny, for lack of a better word, surprised me. I didn't think she had it in her. Makes me think perhaps a lot of forces. chance to fully realize the futility of your actions before my men put an end to you. You've earned that respect from me, at least.
Where the hell is he? Where the hell is he? Lost visual. A quick sweep. Call it in. I've got you down. Lost visual. A quick sweep. Open wide.
If it makes you feel any better about Katner's death, I doubt you had any intention of sending you on to the good doctor.
I better keep looking. Ordnance detonated. Responding.
Access granted.
It could be over there. All clear down here. Give it up. It's gone.
Son of a bitch! Intruder! Go, 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 go! Responding! Lost visual. Man is down. I think he's alive. Shit! Lost. Searching next grid. Over there! Hold it! On him!
Access granted.
into my curiosities, are you?
Access granted.
Where the hell is he? What are you up to, Jason? Some of my men aren't responding, but I'm still reading life signs. Strange.
We need help here. We need help here.
Take him out! Suppression fire! I've got him. Converge on target!
to us are probably quite similar. But I question your foresight, your courage. Well, you made it. I'm torn between admiration and pity. You've condemned me for my actions, Jensen. But look at the lengths you've gone to find one woman. Wasted potential. Although from what I've heard, I suspect you'll still be of use to me dead.
Access granted.
Come get me!
struggles are almost over, Breton. Is Burke dead?
I'm standing, he's not. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh, you don't make things easy, do you? Still, with Burke out of the picture even briefly, there's a power vacuum I can use. Return to loading bay 2. The doors between here and the docking platform will be open for you.
Last time I passed through there, Burke's men were still waiting for me.
Not anymore. Burke has just ordered them away.
Great. Except I came here looking for Megan Reed, Breton. I can't leave without knowing.
There is a boat heading toward the location as we speak. If you hurry, it can be on it.
Breton.
Quinn?
I'm afraid our good friend Quinn met with an unfortunate incident during all the commotion and is no longer with us.
Your voice. It was you this whole time. Who are you?
For the moment, I'm between identities. I apologize for the duplicity, but it was a necessary precaution. You had to be kept in the dark.
And Keitner? Did she know?
Commander Keitner's perception was much like yours. Shrouded. She saw what she needed to see, and was told what she needed to hear in order for me to complete the mission.
So we were both pawns. Except she's dead and I'm not. So where does that leave me in your grand design?
You're all pawns in someone else's grand design, Mr. Jensen. But that doesn't make Natanya's death any less tragic. Your actions ensured her sacrifice was not made in vain, however. Dr. Kavanagh made it out safely, and is on her way to the rendezvous site. She will expose the truth in due time.
And the prisoners?
Ah, yes. The prisoners. With Kavanagh out, it's only a matter of time before this base makes international headlines. Until that time, however, I cannot say what Bell Tower will do next. I only know that a cornered and desperate bull is a very dangerous beast. We mustn't stay here much longer, Mr. Jensen, if we hope to get you away from this base.
I still have questions, Quinn, and I want answers. Real answers, no more bullshit.
You really want to waste time chatting, Breton? Fine. I will answer what I can, but keep in mind you have a boat to catch.
Bell Tower probably has a battalion on its way to clean up this mess. How do you plan on keeping what we did here a secret?
I'm delighted to say that Buck did most of the damage control for us. After requesting the profile search on you, he never explained why he needed it. I believe he wanted to keep control of you to himself. Since that time, we've been monitoring all incoming and outgoing communications, and the lockdown allowed me to discreetly install a tunneler, rerouting the base's network traffic. By the time Bell Tower realizes something is wrong, it will already be too late.
What about the rest of the base personnel?
Most of them think Burke is still in command. Technically, orders continue to be issued in his name, but I'm the one making the calls. I've also taken the liberty of coordinating of this sector of the base. For the moment, at least. We're safe.
Burke isn't exactly dead. Once he wakes up, it's gonna get ugly.
Like I said before, you haven't made things easier for us. But they haven't forgotten that small detail. For now, Buck remains contained. Once you're off the base, I'll find a more permanent solution.
Keitner said she had been approached by an agent from Interpol. It was you, wasn't it?
Very astute. When I learned of Commander Keitner's suspicions and insubordinate behavior towards Burke, I saw an opportunity. Pretending to be an agent of Interpol seemed the best way to gain her trust.
You mean you lied? So who do you work for?
A loose network of independent operatives, agents of conversion and equilibrium, who seek to expose corruption and assure humanity's natural progress. In truth, we are not affiliated with any global organization. But then, neither is our enemy, officially.
Your enemy? You're not just talking about Bell Tower anymore, are you? You're talking about...
The men and women who pull Bell Tower strings. The same men and women who ordered them to kidnap Megan Reed.
All right. Where's Megan?
I don't know for certain. But what I do know is that earlier today, Burke issued orders to have a large group of detainees transferred off this base. Supposedly, they will be assisting at another black site facility.
Kavanaugh said this was just the factory floor. You're sure Megan is at this other facility?
Nothing is ever certain in life, Mr. Jensen. But it is the best chance you have. Unfortunately, the cargo ship carrying the prisoners has already set sail. But I took the liberty to send out an urgent dispatch in Burke's name, ordering the ship's captain to hold position until one more detainee could be flown on board. In stasis. A helicopter is en route to pick you up.
Wait a second. You want me to get inside another stasis pod? Last time I got in one of those things, it didn't go so well.
I know it's far from ideal, but frankly, our options are quite limited. Although, I suppose you could try swimming there.
Better be the right fucking boat this time. Because I don't feel like coming back here anytime soon.
Don't worry, mate. It'll be grand. Besides, I thought you Americans liked riding off into the sunset. It's done. Exactly as you instructed.
And yet you sound disappointed. You think we should have handled this differently?
I think we had a valuable asset in our hands. We're letting him slip away. He could have been very useful in the coming storm.
A hand does not need to be touched tightly to maintain its hold on someone. Jensen carries too much baggage right now. His obsession with Reed only serves to distract him.
We could have told him.
He must discover it by himself. And when he does, if you have followed my instructions precisely, you will know how to find him.
Assuming he lives that long.
Richard, any chance you're still there?
Jensen, my God. You've been offline for days. Where the hell are you?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I'm pinging you now. You're in Singapore. Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later, I lost your GPL signal. It's like you disappeared into a black hole.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me. If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
How do you know? Walter told me you saw him talking to the Queen. I'm sure she was probably barking orders at him again. Looks like this show was packed with aliens. No!
confirmed that the cause of the disruptions has been linked to a major malfunction in the multi-channel peripheral nerve biochip, a device which transmits neural impulses directly to inorganic tissue. She is urging people to visit their local limb clinics immediately to have the faulty chips replaced. Noting that augmentation gyros are Is this the beginning of a complete technological breakdown?
Access granted. Access granted.
that's there.
Yeah. So the chick's boyfriend starts acting all tough and gets in his face for disrespecting his girl. So what does Khan do? He grabs both their heads and slams them into the bar. Bam! Nothing but blood and screams, man. Blood and screams. Blood and screams, man. Blood and screams.
Access granted.
You must have done something, Jensen. 4 of our GPL signals just popped up, including yours. Koss, Colvin, Faraday. I'm not picking up Dr. Reed.
Send me the coordinates you do have. And Pritchard, tell Sarif.
I can't. While you were incommunicado, Mr. Darrow invited him, Bill Taggart, and the UN delegates to Panchea. They're halfway to the Arctic by now.
Great.
A device which transmits neural impulses directly to inorganic tissue. She is urging people to visit their local limb clinics immediately to have the faulty chips replaced. Inside sources tell me that augmentation giant Tai Yong Medical is scrambling to produce enough new and improved biochips to meet the expected demand. It's why
So this is the antenna I was talking about a bit earlier. It is we had a lot of problem actually with the players actually understanding what the antenna was, because we talked about it in the first briefer, but people didn't necessarily make the connection with the visual. So we ended up adding another location where it can be disabled from, and it is from the barracks.
Yeah, because you can go and climb on the ladder itself, the antenna itself, disable it from here.
Yep.
Or go in the barracks, and there's another spot where we
Yes.
can disable it remotely.
And we also had to add a map of the compound inside the barracks, because we couldn't give a window on the antenna. We would allow you to see the antenna from the barracks, but again, for mostly streaming and memory constraint, we had to add an actual map of the compound.
So all that because of T-Bone, right?
Yup.
Nice. Nice.
not have a confirmation yet.
Hostile in the area! Keep searching! I need a visual!
On the other hand, you have these weather machines out in Alaska
Access granted. Access granted. Access granted. Access granted.
So this part of Omega Ranch was supposed to be where we wanted to kind of show all the atrocities that, the experiments that were done on humans, and in terms of, the advancement of transhumanism and stuff like that, and biotech technologies. Sadly, though, it's not really present, like all the crazy ideas. We had some really horrific things that we wanted to show. Like we had rooms that we literally called the horror rooms. This was the map for that. It was our kind of Silent Hill map, if you want. Now there's the beds. There's people lying in beds and whatnot. But that's pretty much as far as we went for all that.
Yeah,
I mean, the map went through several revisions, like we were discussing with Louis Etienne, and by the time it was the time to put the love into it, it was kind of already too late.
Yeah.
So.
But the good news is that we learned from our mistakes, and when we faced the same challenge in The Missing Link, the DLC, we had learned, so we tried a lot harder to make it
that happen.
show there.
Yeah.
So there's good from learning.
I mean, you still feel it. You still know that this is what's going on, but it's just not as strong as what we wanted.
Yeah.
Adam Jensen? Good grief, lad. What the blazes happened to you?
I made the mistake of surviving. I'm here to get you out, Dr. Faraday.
I told Vasily that Seraph wouldn't stop looking.
Sevchenko's dead, Dr. Faraday. I'm sorry.
I figured as much. One day he was just gone, and they wouldn't say why. We were all afraid, so we just kept to the work. They forced me to create a signal pattern that could broadcast software upgrades directly into a person's implanted circuitry.
Upgrades? That do what?
Whatever instructions have been encoded into them. They said it was to improve efficiency at clinics, but that wouldn't be the only application. Far from it.
Really? What about Dr. Reed? Her GPL signal isn't broadcasting. Do you know where she is?
In the secured zone. You'll never get in there. Too many guards.
A distraction might encourage them to leave the area. Say, an incident in one of the labs.
A bold plan, my boy. But one small incident would never be enough.
No, you're right. But 3 simultaneous accidents might.
I like your style, son. And it just might work if you can get Nia and Eric to agree. But timing them to occur at once, that will be the trick.
I'll worry about the timing. For now, sit tight and wait for my signal.
There's one thing you're forgetting, lad. They can track our GPL signals.
I thought as much. But we have no choice.
There may be something. Vasily wanted to upload a virus onto their security network. Disable their GPL protocols. Eric or Nia might know more about it.
I'm still looking for Dr. Koss. I don't suppose you could point me in the right direction.
Eric showed an amazing bit of courage a few weeks back. Slipped a note into one of the project reports telling me they've got him locked inside a lab on the 3rd floor of the Microgen building. I suspect, though, they'll have cameras and other security devices protecting it. You'll have to be on your guard, son.
Any idea who's behind this, Doc? The kidnapping, the facility?
Not really. Remarkable considering I've been here 6 months. You would have thought someone would let something slip. But if it doesn't have to do with the research, you don't get a word out of them.
Sounds like the guards are well trained. But what kind of threats were needed to stop the other researchers from talking?
Well, there were threats early on just to get us to work. Of course, Vasily saw right through that. Kept saying they needed us. I suppose in his case, the risk outstripped the return at some point. Damn them.
Dr. Sevchenko probably knew the risks and accepted them.
That he did. Go on, lad. Let's put this plan of yours into action. It's time to teach these wankers a lesson.
Have you seen Nia Colvin lately? I haven't found her yet.
They've done a good job keeping us all separated, but I suspect she'll be in the Microgen building. There's a skywalk connecting the 2 buildings. If you can find it, you won't have to go back outside.
Gotcha. Just be ready. When you feel your GPL vibrate, set off that distraction.
Understood, lad. But do be careful.
Here's a room that I really like, tying in with the cyber renaissance. idea and analogy in the game. So here's an operation room. How do you say that? An operating room?
Mhm.
Yeah, operating.
An OR.
An OR. Yeah, exactly. Operating room would be like a direct translation of French, I guess. So and the idea is that back in the Renaissance, when they started doing public dissections for other doctors, that's what would happen. They had like these amphitheaters with those kind of steps with all the stairs around them, because at the beginning only very specific doctors and scientists were allowed to do the dissections. They had kind of permits and personal permissions from the kings, so they would go from city to city, and all the doctors would come around to see them do the dissections and just kind of like all be surrounding what's going on and learning from it. So that was the idea here, to kind of make a very modern and tech looking room that still had a bit of that rustic weird amphitheater thing around it.
And the fun little interesting fact for me in this area is that the voice actor who is acting for this character, the scientist, is the same voice actor who plays Wayne Haas in the game. And yet many people probably don't pick up on that because he was very talented and very capable of changing his style up.
You mean he's not whining every character he does?
And the other point is that they're supposed to be working, so how come they're all standing still?
That's a good question.
Do we have an answer to that?
No.
Okay. So this morgue is pretty cool, because even though maybe some of the human atrocities didn't come true as much as we wanted in this map, at least once we get to the morgue, we see I guess what we could call a body count type of thing. We see like all these people, all these bodies, all these dead people covered up with the drapes or whatever you call that. So I think it works really well, and that's where you really start understanding, oh my god, like these people were literally cannon fodder, I guess you could say.
They were killed for the sake of
killed
science.
for the sake of
Guinea
science.
pigs.
They were guinea pigs, exactly.
Access granted.
She's just trying to get on your nerves to see if you'll drop your guard. Don't let her get to you.
Condition, then we'll search the area.
Is someone hiding over there?
Over there! Hold it! Hostile on the run! Moving to attack! I need suppression fire! Suppression fire! Lock.
Access granted.
So the interesting acting bit here is the voice actress who plays Nia Colvin is actually the same actress who plays Dr. Markovic in the game. She's Lenny Parker, a very flexible and versatile actress, and she's actually got a bit of a fan following on her own because she was a major character, I believe, in the show Earth Final Conflict, and she still gets a lot of fan mail related to that. So,
Is it normal that I don't know that show?
You're just not geek enough.
Okay.
Flexible actress.
Get the hell out. This lab is off limits to you people.
Nice to see you too, Dr. Colvin.
What? Wait a second. I know you. You were Seraph's security guy. Way to protect our asses.
Hey, check the attitude, Doc. I nearly died trying to save you.
Oh, and now you're here to take me back. Well, maybe I don't want to go. Maybe I've got more here than I ever had at Seraph.
Would Vasily Savchenko agree with that? They executed him and dumped his body in a ditch.
That's not true.
Believe it. Unless these murderers have you so brainwashed, you don't mind building their toys.
It wasn't a toy. It was a software upgrade that limits functionalities in a biochip. They told me it was for crowd control. Is Vasily really dead? You saw the body?
What was left of it?
Oh my god. I should have listened to him.
Dr. Colvin, I need to free Megan Reed and get everyone else out of here. It means causing simultaneous accidents in 3 labs.
Declan and Eric. Of course. Interesting idea, Mr. Jensen. Ambitious, but risky. The timing will be critical.
I'll coordinate the attack. But you understand that this could all backfire.
I'm no shrinking violet, Mr. Jensen, but there may be another issue.
The GPL tracker, I know. I also know about the virus Dr. Savchenko developed. The one meant to interfere with their security.
One step ahead. Just like Vasily. It's a good plan. However, I don't have the virus program. Perhaps you should check with Declan or Eric.
I haven't yet located Eric Koss, Dr. Colvin. Do you know where they're keeping him?
He's working in a lab on the 3rd floor. There's an elevator that might get you there. It's on the 2nd floor, though, and I heard the guard say something about that floor being shut off. But then again, with those neuro enhancements of yours, you might find a way to get into it.
Dr. Colvin, I need to know I can trust you. You seemed pretty happy to be here until I told you about Dr. Savchenko.
It's been 6 months, Mr. Jensen. Not long for you, perhaps, but how long can a person live in constant fear? Once they took us out of isolation, it just seemed easier to concentrate on the work.
Did all of you feel that way?
Vasily didn't. Maybe not Declan either, but the work we do here, the discussions, and the theories, I thought Seraph's projects were far-reaching, but the experiments I've seen going on here, it's the kind of stuff DARPA dreams up every day.
Only without governmental oversight keeping you in line.
I suppose I'm just a typical scientist to you, right, Mr. Jensen? Blindly pushing boundaries? No care for who's footing the bill or how our discoveries get made?
We all have to live with ourselves at the end of the day, Dr. Colvin.
You're right, of course. But were things so different in Detroit? We all know where those Seraph contracts came from, don't we? You asked me if you could trust me. You can. But you better get on with this.
I will. In the meantime, stay tuned for the signal. You'll feel a vibration in your GPL. That'll be the time to set off the distraction.
I'll be ready. And I'm sorry about what I said.
So this doctor, this scientist at Seraph is, again, another good voice actor story because I'm not sure if you've recognized this voice yet, but this is Alex Ivanovich, who also plays Ari Van Bruggen in the game. And again, also, you'll hear him later as some of the crazies in the Omega Ranch.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite characters. I'm glad Mary mentioned earlier that his role as Van Bruggen, we had a hard time casting that because for me personally, I remember they wanted a Dutch accent, and I did a lot of research, and there wasn't, I don't want to offend any Dutch people, wasn't to say it wasn't interesting, but it wasn't, it didn't really allow us to have fun with the character and give him sort of like a bit of a quirky sort of side, and we liked that he was a hacker and everything, so we kind of said, okay, well, we can't really incorporate the Dutch accent in where it's working for us. So we gave him a bit of free rein, and we gave him, like Mary already mentioned, the Gary Oldman True Romance reference, and he came up with something that was totally original, and we really loved it. He did such an amazing job. My only disappointment is that we didn't have time on the character side to give him a unique character that suited the voice, and instead he ended up being kind of normal looking.
Yeah, and what I love in this is that this scientist is so meek and so, you really feel like my heart goes out to this guy. He's so scared, and he did such a great job.
It shows
in
the
bringing
range that
to
he
life.
has.
But if we come back to those scientists like that, what also for me, like for at least for once, I mean, you have Pritchard that helps Jensen throughout the game, but it's more kind of a psychological help. And now getting the feeling that those scientists are kind of taking a part of what you have to do to save Megan and save them.
They're being proactive on saving themselves as
Yes.
opposed to help me, Adam.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
What do you want? I told you people not to barge in here. Wasn't the new biochip design enough?
Dr. Koss, I'm here to get you out.
Jensen? From Seraph? But we were told we'd been written off.
Not exactly.
Listen, Jensen. They forced me to work for them. I didn't want to create the new biochip, especially since it was based on Seraph's research, but they didn't give me a choice.
No one doubts your loyalty, Dr. Koss. Do you know what they plan to do with this new biochip?
I'm not sure. They said something about having Tai Young Medical produce it and distribute it through LIM, but I can't be sure.
I've already been in touch with Colvin and Faraday, and we've come up with a plan. If the three of you set off simultaneous explosions in your labs, it might allow me to access the secured area and find Megan. Then we all get out of here.
Isn't that a little risky? Besides, how will we coordinate these accidents? It's impossible.
Maybe not. But it's that or staying here and eventually ending up like Dr. Sevchenko.
They killed him, didn't they? He kept provoking them, coming up with these wild escape plans. They try to keep us apart as much as possible now. All right, Mr. Jensen. I'm with you. What's our next move?
Listen, Dr. Koss. Dr. Sevchenko had a plan to neutralize the GPL tracker.
Yes, he wanted to upload a viral program onto the security control computer to scramble all of their equipment. He gave me a copy in case anything happened to him. Here, I never had the courage to use it. Besides, we had nowhere to go.
The computer I need to upload this to. Where's it located?
Vasily mentioned a tunnel near the back of the compound. I think it leads to the restricted area's security terminals, but, well, I've never used it myself. I wish I could be more helpful, or even go with you. But...
Dr. Koss, the bioship you mentioned was based on Seraph studies?
Yes, I believe so. At first I thought it was merely convergent research, but I've worked with Dr. Reed long enough to recognize her handiwork. Besides, I had been working on something similar back in Detroit.
And your knowledge of it made you invaluable here.
At least to a certain extent, it probably helped us all stay alive. But now with Dr. Shevchenko, I guess we've all become expendable. Except for Dr. Reed, I suppose.
Why do you say that?
It's more of a general feeling, I guess. Back in Detroit, we all realized that we were on the verge of something groundbreaking. And here, well, everyone seems to view her research as crucial in some way.
That might explain why she's being held in a secured area.
Possibly. I'm just glad we're going home. It's kind of hard to believe.
Stay put, Dr. Koss. Once I upload this virus, you'll have to do your part. When you feel a vibration from your GPL, that's the signal to set off the explosion.
I'll wait, Mr. Jensen. But hurry.
You don't look like the other security people. Did they call you in to deal with the smugglers? I know they've tried to enter the ranch before. You look like you could handle all of the compound security on your own. You're probably equipped with some of the projects we're working on, right?
We're working as fast as we can. This pressure you're putting on us doesn't help, you know. Just let us do our job, please. There's no need to always be looking over our shoulders and pointing guns at the backs of our heads.
Access granted.
So now we're in the microgen lab, and actually as we get there, there's something different in terms of challenge, because if you have noticed by playing the game until now, most of the challenges are happening on the horizontal plane. And our lead level designer, René Martin Posé, really wanted us to change the pace a bit and try to go for a little bit more of the vertical plane challenges and everything. And that with the art and the style of the slab, we could really take advantage of it and create one of the very few zones in the game that have some vertical gameplay. So at this point, we're about to create the distraction.
Infamous distraction.
Distraction to get access to the restricted area of Omega Ranch. And I remember that even though what we ended up in the game sounds very simple, it was really hard to get there, because getting the proper feedback to the player that the scientists were helping you into getting into the restricted zone.
Yeah, because we really wanted to bring that sense that Johnson was working as a team with people, but they were spread out all over the compound, and they were supposed to create things that are supposed to set off alarms, and without like some major explosion, it was really hard to kind of figure out how do we kind of coordinate all that.
And if I remember well, with Etienne, we were talking about an explosion with seeing a wall being destroyed or something
Yes, but that was very complicated because all of the heart had to be redone for after the distraction.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do it, because we didn't have the time with the art. Yes,
I remember that. Yeah, it would have been like making two maps almost.
Exactly.
Yeah, and in the end, like, the result is not too bad, but it's slightly too subtle.
Yeah, one of the big challenge with the scene was actually that the distraction itself is made by the scientists, which are not located at the same place as the player. So for the player to understand something that is not happening in his field of view, that was really hard. So,
but in the end, hopefully, the players got it.
Yeah,
hopefully.